Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome to a lovely December 26th, the last Tuesday of the year of 2023. And welcome to the first day after Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. Hope everyone had a lovely, lovely time and ate all the delicious food. I am doing a little something different today because for the Refugee to Regent challenge, I have to have a sort of a game plan, and I have been working on it. And I have this sort of timeline to get everything done by the end of the year so that when it comes time to the new year starting, I can just walk right into it. However, it has been proving to be more and more difficult to compile everything into something sensible and more certainly into something that I can, share with people. So I have a solution. I found a program called Zim, Z-I-M, like the invader, Zim the invader, that allows you to write what's effectively your own little personal self-contained wiki. And so that's what I'm working on, is trying to convert all of this various information from several versions of the Refugees Regent Challenge over to a single cohesive wiki where everything is filled in, all the criteria make sense, they aren't scattered around a mile of text, and it's all just nice and neatly packaged. But in order to do that, I'm going to have to start performing surgery on the files and getting rid of extra pieces that really honestly don't belong there. So I have been busily working on this project for a while, and I am now having to sort of rewind all the way back to the beginning, which I guess timeline-wise puts me back at like the beginning of December, which means since this is 26th, I'm really far behind and I need to catch up. So that's what I'm going to do today, but I'm not just going to be boring and working on my project whilst I am typing stuff out and complaining and grumbling over how poorly written things are. No, I'm going to be having something else going on in the background, and the foreground, and the sideground, and the top ground. I have a ton of clicker and idle games in my collection, and I have been tossing around the idea of making a stream where I'm just playing the clicker and idle games constantly, all stream, because believe it or not, for idle games there's a lot that you need to do to stay on top of it. But I haven't really given myself the opportunity to pursue that sort of thing until today. So that's what I'm going to do. But before I dive into it, let me say a hearty thank you to Elmes 11 Zogman, Finium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja Zero for helping to support the channel in the way that you do through Patreon. It makes it so that I have a lot more breathing room for getting things done, and it makes it so that I can have less worry about whether or not things are going to run as smooth as I would like for them to. And in this wonderful world of unpredictability, it's nice to have a little stability. So absolutely, thank you guys for your help. Speaking of X Plays Ninja Zero, a dad joke has been summoned, and in the 11th hour, what do you call a duck that gets all A's? A wise quacker. And for those who aren't on the grading scale that we use here in the US, where A is pass and F is fail, A is a good grade. Goes A, B, C, D, F. Why is there no E? I have no idea. All right, so let's introduce the cast and crew. Get rid of this thing here, get rid of this thing here. And here we have the stream. I know, it's hideous. It's as good as I could do. I wanted to at least get 5 games on here so that there was stuff to look at for you guys. And every once in a while I could look over and go, oh, I need to do this. So like for instance, if I click on Sell to Singularity here, and I bring this up, you can see I've got something to purchase here. Boop, I've made the purchase, and now I'm making Boku bucks on this game. This is a game where you start off with something simple, and then you just keep on progressing over and over and over as you I guess, incarnate or whatever it's called. You go back to the beginning with better boosts for your stats and try again and again and again and again. And right now there's a little event going on. What's it called? Lurking in the Dark. It is a voyage under the sea. I will try to get as far into it as I can, but this is just a little game where you buy little upgrades with your current currency, which right now I have activated something so I have little busy bees gathering it, and then you spend it on these upgrades over here, and it increases the amount of currency that you get over time. Little things pop on the screen which give you some boosts to the currency, and there's all kinds of other stuff available. The actual root of the game, the primary part of it, is over here, and I have a special skin for my Earth, so never mind that. But you start off all the way down at the bottom here, with, I think it's either amino acids, no, it's primordial soup, one of these things starts the whole thing off, and you just get upgrades and upgrades and upgrades and upgrades, and you expand and you discover new species and all that kind of stuff, and then you move into space and Mars and all that. It's really convoluted and fun, and there's a whole lot going on and a lot to worry about. Then once you've done that, you unlock, or gotten certain distance into it, you unlock this extra tab for dinosaurs. And let's see here, I actually probably can make a little headway on this. I need to get some of these, and then compies over here. And over here on the right is the objective. It says collect some 1.28 nonillion, whatever the currency is, fossils, I don't know. I'm not going to go that far because I'm just going to go ahead and wipe everything out with an asteroid. Boop 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 boo. Tap to skip because we don't need to see all of that animation. And here we go. I've got an Archosaur. I can buy one of it, and now it's generating 48,000 fossils per second, and I just keep buying more and more and more and more and more dinosaurs until I get to this slow point where I have to... Here, let me click that on max. Where I have to wait to get the next one. And then eventually I will catch right back up to where I was. And ideally that's how these clicker games work. And idle games and whatnot, is when you reincarnate, you slowly work your way back up to where you were, but not as slow as the first time you played. Alright, let's do that. And then just buy all of these real fast. Doop, 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 doop. I know this isn't my normal kind of game that I stream or content, but I need to have something going in the background to keep me occupied and to keep you occupied while I am busily working on my projects. So there we go. The dinosaurs have gotten that restarted. Then there's also space. You can eventually unlock some space stuff. Right now I am trying to accumulate now 3 more copies of Regent so that I can get this little rank up here. And then the next rank up that I need to work on is Van Manen's Star, which is this one. And then I can, I guess, reincarnate or whatever it is. Ascend, Prestige. Different games use different terms, and I don't remember what this game does. And there's all kinds of different little busy work things that you can do to earn the points and get extra boosts and stats and stuff. But I'm going to be sticking over here on the event screen today and letting it do its thing so that I can sort of keep an eye on predominantly this over here, which at 790, almost, well, now 800 out of 1,000, this is the biggest Gulp is about to be able to get afforded. That's neat. But let's move over to the next culprit. We have one called Mr. Mine, and it is a fun little game where you go through and slowly dig. Here, let me come all the way to the top. You start off with just a couple miners, and you're slowly digging down 1 kilometer at a time, and then eventually you get boosts which allow you to get more miners per layer, and eventually you dig way down through different strata all the way through the underground to all kinds of different weird layers until you get to the other side of the planet and you fall through and you start digging the moon. And then apparently you can go on and dig somewhere else. It's question marks for me. I still haven't reached it. But this is another game that I'm going to be having on the screen today. It's probably not going to get a lot of attention, but it is going to be here. You can send scientists off to do little missions, quests, whatever. And you also get to have these active caves where you can go in and send little drones out to harvest little goodies that show up in different places. Let's see here. Guess I can go ahead and send one over here. And I'll send one over here. There we go. That should cover most of the map. All right. So that's that. Oh. I have obtained some more things from the previous digs. Tickets. Awesome. All right. Next, we have a game called Time Clickers. Time Clickers is one that I rather enjoy because it is a very mindless self-indulgence kind of game. You get, after a certain while, you get to make these purchases of things called weapon cubes, or not purchases with weapon cubes that you earn, and you get to make purchases with time warp or time cubes. And the time warp is how you reincarnate with this game, and the weapon cubes or the time cubes that you spend go toward giving you boosts. So like for instance right here I have 75 out of 75, so 100% chance of a time cube appearing on a boss. So that means every 5 levels I'm guaranteed to get some time cubes. So at the beginning it's much lower. I think it's 25%, and you just time warp over and over and over again until you are able to beat the game. I still haven't gotten all the achievements yet. I'm pretty close to a couple of them. I have made it to level 2000, and the next achievement here is for 2150. This one here is 4.23 million, 42.3 million out of 75 million, or I'm sorry, out of 50 million cubes destroyed. The cubes are the enemies that are getting exploded into money over there. I need to time warp 17 more times. I thought I had achieved this already. I guess not. And you get 5 different weapons that have layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of upgrade, and it's a fun little game to play, have going in the background. Next up we have one that I should mention. I'm going to be having a little bit of sound. Not much, but a little bit of sound going on Time Clickers. Anyway, let's bring Idol Slayer up. That way we can get a little bit more sound. Let's go audio. Play audio in background. Apply. That way there's little sounds happening. And with this game, you just defeat the enemies, you gather the coins and gems. There are these special mystery boxes that show up. I've just activated another batch of 4 very special ones, which are, I guess, double or triple the value of the normal mystery boxes. Here's one right here. And I hit it like Mario. And oh, I got a chest hunt. There's chest hunts where you open chests and reveal goodies until you get attacked by a mimic. I have a saver, so I survived the mimic, but got eaten by the next one. Great. And then it shows you what you failed at life about. There we go. Got some little action in there. There's the second one, and I might as well just stick on the screen. There are numerous worlds that you can go and visit with different enemies, and as you progress, there are different quests that are needed in order to unlock more and more stuff. You have gear that you purchase over time. So like for instance, I now have 400 levels of the axe, and that gives me this unlock over here on the available upgrades. These grayed out upgrades are awaiting me to complete quests. There are lots of different kinds of quests, ones that boost how much coin is worth, one that boosts how many souls an enemy is worth slaying, some that give your gear extra bonuses, all kinds of different things, evolving and making the enemies not necessarily more difficult, just higher quality. And every time you ascend, you get these not ascension points, slayer points that you earn over here from killing the enemies, and then you spend them on this little tree. And I have, oops, I did not full screen it. I apologize. Idol Slayer, there we go. Wow, you must have been, if you were actually watching, you must have been confused. What is he doing? Over here is the tree that you spend points on. Recently I have Ultra ascended, and so now I have unlocked these blue ones that I have yet to delve into to get even more upgrades and more dimensions, and then more upgrades and more dimensions, and so on and so forth. A lot of this game revolves around boosts based on how many achievements you've gotten in the game. And the beautiful thing about the achievements is there are over 600 for this game, and it's a free game on Steam. So all these are free games, by the way, on Steam. But you get these upgrades for different things like this right here. Each coin you pick up gives you plus 5% of your current coins per second. Neat. And then there's material that you can use for crafting upgrades. Let's see here. Different kinds of enemies, different kinds of currencies, different things to spend your upgrades on, and a whole bunch of stuff just going on in the background. So that's mostly just going to be making noise while I am busily working, so that there's a little extra something for you guys to see. Let's come back over here and minimize that. Oh, funny thing, no matter whether the game is on the front or not, if you look on the middle right of my screen, you can see the mouse moving. That's because it detects that the mouse is always there, even if you're on a different window, per se. Let's see here. And the last one, over here in the top left, is the unnamed space idol, where you go through space and defeat ships and gather cargo so you can upgrade your ship, so you can prestige and do it all over again. And different things have different stats and purpose, and oh, that noise means that there's a rainbow ball over here on the Time Clickers game. I don't usually have that sound, and so that's really new to me. Anyway, the premise of this is to just try to get as far forward as you can. I have only very recently acquired this game, so I'm not very far in it. So these games are going to be running in the borders of my screen, while I instead am focusing on today's project, and I will be mumbling and complaining and groaning and perplexing over there's the other icon, over what I need to be doing for this project. What I have over on this screen is, and I don't have it set up to full screen this right now. Over here, I have an outline in a program called NoteTab Pro, which allows you to set things up in sort of an outline format. You get different headers, and you can basically cram a text file into each one of these. It might as well just be tabs. However, there are tabs that you can have separately, so that's a whole other thing. The left side over here is a new piece of software that I have called Zim. And what Zim does is something very similar, but it allows you to make a wiki that you can follow links to go to sub-pages. And what I'm trying to do is take all of this nonsense and make my own little personal wiki that I can scale to make actual sense with not only modern Minecraft, but also with the intention of the Refugee to Regent challenge, because you could go all the way to the Wayback Machine and find old versions, the original versions, and even back then they were woefully incomplete. Like, for instance, here's the Diamond Capital over here, highlighted with the blue text. That is the information that you need to do for the Diamond Capital stage in order to defeat it, to move on to the next stage. You need to defeat the Ender Dragon, build a diamond beacon, and build a colony in the end. While that is nice and succinct, that doesn't really match the rest of the challenge the way it's set up. Let me go back to the stone stage, and miles of text. So what I'm trying to do is take all this nonsense, put it over on a wiki that I can explore. And it is already making things a lot more sensible for me. And I'm hoping to be able to get at least a little bit of headway done on this. It's going to be mostly boring today. I apologize. But I'm streaming. I've got the music. I've got lots of things for you to look at on the screen. If you message me and say, hey, this one's looking different or something like that, I'll go take a look. I will occasionally come over and mess with one. Like, for instance, right now I am messing around on time clickers, buying some upgrades, and then activating a boost so I can get to the boss level, get the time cubes, and now I'm going to just go ahead and time warp. That way I can advance to the next amount of damage by the upgrades. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Start a new timeline. And this is a tiny little corner of my stream, I know, but I'm not going to be making it full screen every time I do this. But I have just prestiged, time-warped, however you want to call it, on time clickers. There we go. And that will just do its thing for a while over on the side. And I don't have to worry about babysitting it for very long. Looks like Cell to Singularity has that able to be purchased. And I will try to divvy my attention up between Cell to Singularity and between my project and these different games, but I'm wanting to focus mostly on my project, and I will try to talk through what I'm doing on my project as I go so it's not as dull, but this is something that needs to get done, and if I wait until after I'm done streaming today to do it, my brain is going to be in off mode. So I'm going to be doing this tonight. I hope that is okay. If it's not, tough noogies, because it's happening. We're here, and I am probably going to be producing one of the most boring streams I've ever done. But it's for a good cause, because starting next year, starting in less than a week, I'm going to be doing the series that this work is leading towards. And so I have to get this done if I'm going to be starting in a week. So thank you for bearing with me. Thank you for hanging out. I'm going to get to work now and hopefully make some reasonable headway on this project. And I will also probably be mumbling to myself a lot. So feel free to ask questions or point things out. There we go. I can do that. I can bring this up so that I am more likely to notice it. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time actually doing the clicker game stuff, but there are a few things that I want to actually keep going, I guess. Let's see here. I can move this over to here, and then move this over to here. There we go. Okay, so what I have done so far is I've taken the descriptions for the different stages and put them on the front page. I've added a preamble, and I'm probably going to be adding more to it, of my own words to describe what I'm doing, why I'm doing it. And then I have separated all 11 of the stages into the original description and the newer description. So this is the Dirt Hobble stage, and the description for the original challenge is here, and the description for the newer challenge is here. Interestingly enough, let's see here, this paragraph here is the same as these two paragraphs here. They actually took the original description for one of these and reused it, which lets me know that they had access to the original one, but they wanted to throw the baby out with the bathwater because that is where all similarities cease. But I have, here, let me expand all. I have, in addition, I have set up a page with the entirety of the description for the original challenge. And I'm about to set up a page for the new version for each of the stages. Now, I will also, how am I going to do this? I'm still learning this software, what all it's capable of, but I know enough about it to be able to do what I need to do. But let's see here. I need to make, well, I can go text from original challenge, and then text from newer challenge. I do want to link to all these pages that I'm making, because I am thinking of actually putting this up as like a wiki of my own, because the way I'm doing the layout is meant to be something that anyone can just step into it and understandably follow the steps. Because the challenge shouldn't be understanding the document. The challenge should be just doing the challenge. You know what Skyblock challenge is. You survive on this little island, you spread the island, you get these resources, you get the list of minimum resources that you need in order to beat the challenge, and Bob's your uncle. But for this, all of the criteria are, you know, if you feel like doing this, maybe do something like this, and by the time you're done, you feel like you've cheated life. Because there's so much that you could have done that you didn't, but you've met the minimum requirements. Or you have done so much stuff that you're losing your mind and you're only halfway through. And you're not even sure if you've managed to do everything you need to do to proceed. So I'm going to just put everything on display here and just make it all one package. And then once I'm done with this, maybe if I can figure out how or where, I will upload all of this to my own little wiki about the new Refugee to Regent challenge, because the original challenge is from like 2012 or 2014 or something like that. It's great for what it was, but the newer challenge has a little bit of the updated stuff. It doesn't lean as hard into focusing on the mods that were available at the time, and instead it adds even more things for you to do, and more detail and more story And while it's great to have a story, I'm sure most people want to do the challenge, not the story. You don't want to be doing Skyblock for the story, I'm pretty sure. So, let's see here. Let's go copy and paste. And let's just get this little template in place for all of the pages. That way there is a home for all the information I'm putting in. Honestly, I don't even need the created data. I'll worry about that later. All right, let's copy location. Come up here and go paste. I guess that works. And then I do this for all of these. Copy this. Way more pitch than wood by weight. How did you get a log that is so disproportionately pitch? Like, were you storing logs in the wrong place? Fat wood. I mean, fair. Let's see here. Glowstone. Copy location. There's that. Emerald. Copy location. Diamond. Copy location. And Nether Star Imperium. Copy location. Paste. Sweet. And now for the newer version, there is another Star Imperium, there is a Diamond Kingdom. They call it Kingdom, not Capital. There is Emerald. They call it Capital, not Megalopolis. One thing that bothers me is both the old and the new, they spell capital with an A, as in like a capital letter, not capital of a state or something. Or capital like, you know, money, like investment capital. And it bothers me. Let's see here. There is no stage 8 for the new version. So I will go not applicable. Lapis Metropolis is the same. They skip redstone discovery. There we go. I think I need to add a space to all of these. Does that matter? lapis, emerald, diamond. Oops, 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 oops. There we go. All right. So now I come down here. I select all of this nonsense. Copy. I come over here. New subpage. I call it new dirt page. Yep, it does what I suspected it was doing. It puts things in alphabetical order over here on the left, not in the order that you pasted them. That is a little bothersome, but I understand why. Copy location. Come back up here. Paste. There we go. So now I can click on this and it takes me there. I will also need to go back to the main page for all of these. I'll get these installed first and then I'll do that. So we have the wood settlement. For this I can just go all and copy. Wood settlement. New subpage. New wood page. Paste. Come down to Stone Hamlet. And I go all copy. New subpage. We have new stone page. Boop. Iron. Now did I snip that off? I may have. Build an agricultural school outlier. Outlier 7. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, wait. Iron stage is where I'm looking. No, this was supposed to go on iron or on stone stage. Let's see here. High Priest, Chief Ambassador, Transportation Administrator, bubbly noises. Then residential. Okay. That's residential. Some of this is annoying because of the whole wraparound issue. Ah, no, there it is. Build an agricultural school outlier. All of this is in here. Must have at least 8 classrooms. That's it. Okay, so it's in there. Sweet. I was concerned. So one of the things that they do for this challenge, that they tried to do, is on exactly and precisely one page of the new version, they made a table that I'm just highlighting over here. To give you a sort of a guideline of population growth, except exactly 0 of these numbers match anything else in the entire rest of this stage. Nothing matches, no numbers match anywhere else in this huge paragraph, or in this huge outline, I guess, of things. Nothing matches at all. They tried to get it started, but I think they got to a point where they said, I'm just tired of working on this. And that is kind of an issue that crops up a lot. They have, in parentheses, all over the place. Let me try to find one. Let's see here. Well, like for instance, they'll say see below, and then there is nothing below that matches it, but maybe not on this page. But they have a whole bunch of things that say, this needs updated to new information, and it's been years and years since it has been even touched, and so I'm gonna have to make sense of all this nonsense. And I hope I'm equal to the task. We'll see. Paste that. Alright, let's go to the Iron Village stage. Copy the contents. Here we go. For those seeking a greater challenge, additional rules will be eventually added, but these are the base goals to shoot for. And then it's like the person or people working on it just fell off the face of the earth. New subpage. New iron page. And paste all that. Copy the location, come back up here. Can I not view the page? Why can I not? Do I have to click on that? Ah, okay, that's why. Alright, Gold City. We have all these. Some of these start with the table of contents, some do not. Very inconsistent. Copy. Oh, and some of these have leftover code. I wonder how that's going to affect this. New subpage. New gold page. And paste. Not at all. There's the slash div, and it doesn't have any effect because the up here somewhere was the beginning of it. Ah, here we go. Expanded throne room to be completed. To be completed. Or if I come down to the bottom of this stage, the gold stage. This is another example of pulling your hair out, trying to understand it. Immigration. They have a section here called Immigration. It says build 18 to 24 basic residential, build 12 to 15 advanced, and build 6 to 9 expert. And then 10 lines later it says they just keep coming. Immigrants, choose from 4d6, so roll 4 6-sided die, 4 d6 houses, or 8d6 apartments, or 12d6 slums. And it doesn't give any information about what you're supposed to prefer or anything else, how you're supposed to divvy things up. It is just a hodgepodge of just random stuff. So it is my hope that I can fold all this stuff together into a nice flapping origami swan, because in its current state this is on the verge of nightmare. New lapis page. Paste this. Copy location, click here, then click here, then paste there. Emerald. Select this little bit here, copy. New subpage, new emerald page, paste, copy location, paste. Diamond, nothing at all. And nether star. Nothing at all. No, not applicable. Now, one of the things that both have in common, both main versions of this challenge, is they have alternate pages for, in the original it's called dwellings. And it gives all this information about how to design the different kinds of dwellings per house, or per stage, and all that. Then down here it's got, let me find the page. Is it residential? Yeah, I guess it's residential. Yeah? Okay, yeah. It's residential. Whole lot of information in the residential. And there's a couple places in the new format where they also have this sort of an outline of quantities. To give you, I guess, an idea. Here, let me copy this and put it here so I can look at it better. Yeah, this gives you an idea of how much growth you're supposed to have per stage or something like that, but it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Oh, now I get it. Oh, that's terrible. Okay, so this first number is in the dirt stage, how many estate rooms you need. The second number is in the dirt stage. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Minimum number of estate rooms. Maximum number of estate rooms. Minimum number of guest rooms, maximum number. Minimum number of servants, maximum number of servants. Minimum number of immigrants, maximum number of immigrants. Well, that right there already doesn't match anything on any of the stages. We have minimum number of noble lords, maximum number of noble lords. Minimum number of crime lords, maximum number of crime lords. There's so much going on that none of the pages really know what each other are doing. And it is so awful trying to find your way around all of this. Because even on the newer one, which is in the format of a wiki, the pages don't link to each other. And they're completely null pointing pages that just go nowhere whatsoever. I absolutely understand why people give up on this challenge. Like if I were not so gung-ho about getting this thing done, I would be going, I want to watch a movie. Or I want to, I don't know, stream Minecraft or Skyrim or something, which streaming Skyrim right now is a little bit depressing for reasons that I don't want to get into right now. Let's just say save files are being problematic. And I have a bit of a plan for as I go on with it on how I'm going to address that. But it's sort of a fallback plan. I don't want to have to do it if I don't need to. So we're just going to play it by ear. All right. Let me take a drink here. Speaking of taking a drink, I'm grateful that I had some jugs of water from the last time I went over to my friend's house. They have a well. I had some jugs set aside for making tea, or just in case I needed water, like if the pipes froze or whatever, or whatever has happened. They went around the neighborhood today and put up notices on everyone's door. Boil water alerts. Somewhere upstream of the water, they have had to do some work, and so there's a boil order on. Thankfully, I had water. Because I wouldn't have opened my door. The only reason I found out is because my wife, on her way out, found the boil order earlier today. Okay. So, what was I wanting to take care of first? Ah, yes. First off, get rid of that. Copy location. Return to main. Return to main dirt page. The whole bottom third is pockets. I love that. Pockets are just wonderful. I love pockets. And on the subject of pockets, very frequently, women's clothing does not come with pockets. And there are a number of reasons for this, but what I find funny about the situation is when a professional seamstress who makes their own clothing a lot of the time complains that women's clothing has no pockets. I find it entertaining because they literally are in charge of that. So they are complaining about themselves. I know that they're complaining about the industry in general, but when you have the power to change something and all you do is complain, then it starts falling into the realm of choice. There we go. Now I just changed this to say wood. And I changed this to say wood. Now, what I'm planning on doing with this is to completely deconstruct all of the files and make what am I supposed to say? Iron. Make my own cross-linking, sub-filed, sub-paged setup. So that when something says you need to make this many houses, it doesn't immediately go into the description of what the houses are supposed to be comprised of. It just says this many houses, here's link to houses. And then I can just follow the link to the houses and know what to do there. Like I, on the subject of pockets, I had a pair of pants that I really liked. It was comfy. I enjoyed wearing them. They were my pants. And one of the pockets stopped pocketing. It became more like an exit chute. And I figured out how to, by hand, add a new pocket. The hard way. And it lasted until the pants were no longer viable. Now, I understand that a lot of women's clothing don't really have space for adding pockets. I get that. But for the ones that do, we're looking up fatwood more, and it turns out it's actually better to use because it burns really hot, so therefore it doesn't make as much soot in the chimney. Yeah. But you do, after you burn fatwood, you do have to run those chimney de-gunker logs. Which, if you haven't done that in a while, do that. You should do that every like 6 months or so of usage. So if it's heavy usage, every 3 months or so. Because that goop that's in the chimney will matter. Oh, undo dirt hovel stage, copy location. Wood settlement stage, copy location. Come here, go paste, and paste. Copy location. Paste. Paste. Copy location. Paste. Paste. Copy location. Paste. Paste. A toilet snake. I had a dream last night about flying snakes. Well, not about flying snakes, but more there were flying snakes in my dream. It was a weird dream. Like, just all kinds of weird. There we go. Oh, and completely unrelated news. Despite my best efforts, my right ear is exceptionally clogged today. And I hates it. I guess I should mention to anyone who is watching and might be confused or thinks that this is my normal sort of content. This is not. This is just something that I absolutely must get done. And I find that if I am being watched, like if I'm streaming on Discord or streaming on YouTube, or I have someone sitting next to me, just it makes me stay on task a lot better. And this is something that I absolutely positively need to get done. So as a one-off, I thank you for popping in. If you are popping in and going, what's this goober doing? Go look at my other streams on my channel. You'll see what I normally do. Skyrim, Minecraft, other stuff. I am planning eventually on doing a more specific clicker and idle extravaganza kind of thing. But this was very impromptu, and this was a realization that even with all of my best efforts over the weekend, I didn't get nearly as much done as I was hoping. Partly because in one day, on Christmas Eve, I woke up with a bit of a dream in my head, and I had to write it. It's a scene from a story that I am now about 80% of the way done with outlining where I want to go, and I feel like it's at least novella-sized potential, if not full novel-sized potential. And depending on how I work it, might even be able to be worked into maybe a small series of books. But it is, as much of my other stuff, hard sci-fi, and I have managed to create some new things in it. In fact, I could just nah, I don't. If I bring that up and read it, it'll just chew into the time that I need to be working on this. So that could be something that I'll do on my Discord or in a private video for Patreon members only. I can do that. Maybe that's what I'll do. I need to stay on this task. All right. So I have this. That's good. That's good. Okay. Oh, this is another thing that I am potentially going to try to do. Is I know that you can use a little bit of scripting to take some seed information and run it through a script and spit out an output. So like Wolfram Alpha. You put in your parameter in the search bar, whatever you call it, and it takes that, runs it through its stuff, and spits it out in a variety of results types for you to be able to understand the answer to your question. Or, like for instance, you can go to converter pages like converting currency type to currency type, or like pounds to kilograms, or whatever. There, you can go onto a site, fill in a blank, and it spits out the answer over on the other side. So what I was thinking was, for the Refugee to Regent challenge, for people who just don't know what they want to do, and there's nothing wrong when you look at a daunting task like this huge kingdom building challenge. There's nothing wrong with looking at it and saying, I don't know how many I'm supposed to build or what I'm supposed to do. I would like to do the challenge. It looks fun, but where do I start? What do I do? I am thinking of making an easy button where you... Oh, there's an alarm. That's the cat's alarm. Anyway, where you click on the word Generate Challenge. And it spits out a page for you to copy yourself, or a file or whatever. And it runs down. During the dirt stage, you need to build this. And then once you get all these done, you proceed. And then it dutifully puts out the information for all 11 stages, for everything that you need to do in the vanilla game. I'm not going to have it worry about if you've got mods or data packs or plugins or anything like that. It's just going to be the vanilla content, and then the rules are going to be explained so that it's clear where you're meant to be doing certain types of things, how they'll fit in if you use, you know, mods and stuff. But if you're not using forestry, you don't need to have all the forestry trees listed. If you're not using Ars Magica, you don't need to take into account Ars Magica. I want to set it up for just the vanilla game as it stands in 1.20. What's it at now? 4? Is it at 20.4 at this point? Let me look. Current Minecraft version 1.20.4. Bedrock is on 1.20.51, but Java is 1.20.4. Which, interesting, but okay. Oh yeah, this tab, the Bechdel test. I was thinking about the Bechdel test the other day, because it came up in conversation. And what the Bechdel test is it determines effectively a measure of misogyny, but not quite, in like movies and shows and things. And the test is really simple. It's 3 parts. At least 2 women are featured. Preferred, at least one of them is a named character. 2, these 2 women talk to each other. And 3, that they discuss something other than a man. And in modern movies, even now, only about 40% of the, or I'm sorry, only about 60% of the content passes the Bechdel test. And a lot of that is because it seems like it falls under the hat of you write what you know. And so the people who are writing these screenplays, they don't really have much experience with, you know, other people talking amongst themselves, especially people of other genders, genders or sexes, however you want to look at that. So the Bechdel test is a way to look at something and go, does this feel like it is natural and normal, or does it feel like this is a limited scope kind of thing? And there's a whole website dedicated to like crowd-driven data of what things pass and fail the Bechdel test. And I was just thinking about it the other day and trying to determine if Skyrim passed the Bechdel test. Hi, Cuddles. I hope you are feeling well and are uninjured. But for a good couple hours of me thinking about it, I couldn't think of any circumstance where 2 women talk to each other in Skyrim. In the College of Winterhold, there's 2 women talking about each other, but they're talking to you. And then I had my aha moment. It's the only one I can think of, but if you go to Solitude and you go into the Blue Palace the very first time, there's a dude asking for help about some noises coming from a cave. And you go to that cave, and it is a witch's coven trying to summon and bind the Wolf Queen. Technically, the Wolf Queen is a female character named, and the witches, or at least the primary witch anyway, and the Wolf Queen are having, albeit brief, a conversation. And it does not involve a man. It doesn't even involve the player. But that's the only one. Oh, wait. Aha! I can think of one other instance in all of Skyrim. I can think of one other instance where it passes the Bechdel test. And that is the part where you go to this one dungeon and you set this woman who's in one of the prison cells free, and turns out she's or she's either in a prison cell or she's trying to escape or something like that. Turns out she's the daughter of the Coven Master, and they are trying to convince this woman that you have freed into becoming a new Hag Raven or something like that. And so she and her mother talk when you finally get them up to the summit of the dungeon. And while technically at least a part of the conversation is about you-ish, the actual conversation is about her not wanting to become a Hag Raven. But those are the only two cases where I think Skyrim passes the Bechdel test. I really don't believe that there's a lot more where it does. Alright, I am going to use this here. And I am going to no, you know what? I need to have another document for this that I don't have listed yet. I'll copy, and I will just make a new subpage, and I will call it temp. There we go. I'm going to delete all of the nonsense that has no bearing on anything else. I will get rid of all of that. Let's see here. You are out of supplies and nearly starving. You can use anything, yada yada. Okay, cool. Haha. I will make the subpage here. We will call this. Oh, it got it on its own. Nice. What do I want to call this? Residential or dwellings? I'll call it dwellings. Oh, oops. Undo that. Come over here. Cut this out, come over here and go paste. I want to get all of the parts separated before I do anything else. So let's see here. We have dirt. Bold. Dirt, hovel, hut. Airspace is what I'll call this section. Okay, so that doesn't need to be on there. first doing is seeing if there's anything from mods that I can just pull out. Clay. Okay, all right. Now, is this all stored in player dwelling, or is this just stored stuff? I think this is all just stored stuff. Okay, so I need to decide how I'm going to divvy this up. I want there to be a section for population. I want there to be a section for housing. I want there to be a section for stage requirements and limitations. So like for instance, the wood stage, you can only use wood tools. You can only go down to Y level 30 on the iron stage, that sort of thing. Or no, that's the stone stage. Let's see here. I have some points to spend. Let's spend the points. There we go. Oops, didn't mean to click on that. Come on. Seven. Come on, there we go. Alright. Oh, and also I can get some upgrade on this. It's not much, but I call it very little. Okay. I want... Oh, let's write these down. Make a new category or new page. Let's call it acquired sections. And let's go with population. Stage rules. Limits. Oops. Let's go with the main sections that it upgrades are residential, commercial, transportation. Actually, I'll go fortifications next, then transportation, then outliers. What's another category? What do we have here? Agriculture. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. There's agriculture. See, it bothers me that they keep residential separate from immigrants. And this... The new version adds something that I don't understand. It says population guild. What is it, a guild that teaches you how to make population? Gonna have to come up with my own names for some of these things. We have nobles, leaders. We have crime. What's another category? What have we got? Commercial, fortification, commercial. I want to make a category all on its own, separate from the rest of that stuff. I'm going to call it let's see here. Education / guilds. going on over here? Puts me about a little less than halfway to that. But if I add this, it adds not enough. Okay. Alright, we have those sections figured out. Okay. Up here, agriculture. Residential. That's part of the commercial area. I don't consider the agriculture as part of the commercial. I consider it its own thing. Agriculture is farms, ranches, trees, bees, anything that you can grow or breed. Or that produces things that's alive. I put all of that under agriculture. Storage, that's under commercial. We have transportation, fortifications. Watchmen are part of fortifications. Then we have some advancement requirements. I even added some of my own from MCMMO. Let's see here. Okay. Let's go back to, where was it? The temp. All rules apply to every following stage unless it's specifically stated for that. Okay, well that's duh. Are capped. It never actually pursues points and scores. Calls for a stack, yada yada. Okay. Don't need that information. Okay. So the dirt. I think this is good. Oh wait, I need to go in required sections. Copy this. Come up here, go paste. Actually, undo. Required sections, let's bold all of that. Is that good? It's not bold in between. Awesome. Grab this again. Copy. Come up here. Go paste. All tools are banned. May not go below Y level of 10 below the ground, wherever the ground is. Can't think of any other items that I need to add to this right yet. Okay. Oh, and yes, I am working on my Refugee to Regent layout while having a bajillion clicker games going on in the background. Oh, that reminds me, I need to check up on this one. Get some upgrades. There we go. Things go even more boom in the space. Let's see how well you can inch forward now. Alright, that's that. It looks like cell to singularity is okay. Nothing flashing on Idle Slayer. Mr. Mine. Do I have any? I have some new mines. Let's see if I can gather some materials real quick. Here, you send a drone out there and collect. Then send that there. Send that there. And send that there just so I can gather stuff. Okay, cool. And you. Send a magnet drone there. Send a drone here to gather stuff. Send a drone there to gather stuff. And send a drone there. What's another good spot? Here. Now I've used all of my fuel. Collect that scientist. Collect that scientist and collect that scientist. Good, 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 good. Back to here. And bring this back up. There we go. Oh, also, one thing that was deeply inconsistent throughout the entire challenge, whether it was the original, the new, or even within a single stage of either, were the criteria for the buildings that you needed to build. So, say you needed to build something called a house. It would say, build 1d8 houses. And then it would never tell you how to build a house, but it would give you specific criteria and make it clear that a hovel was one thing, a hut was one thing, and a shack was another thing. And none of them were houses. So there is something that is implemented in the newer version that divvies up the housing into 3 different sets: expert, advanced, and basic. And these 3 words take the place of the 3 different kinds of tiers that you would build for the different houses for the stage. So let's see here. Using the wood, where's my mouse? There's my mouse. Using the wood. We have it says aha. You may use it to build your hut. Okay. So right here, hut. It uses the hut for the player dwelling / estate. Then it also says build 3 5x5 hovels. And then it says, where else was they had one other, don't bubble at me. Ah, there's the spot. Okay. So under the commercial here, it says build a granary must follow the hovel / hut building requirements. The hut is the the player estate. The hovel is just a smaller building that is much more cramped and less well done. So even right here on the same page as itself, it says that this one building must follow the hovel hut building requirements. And you could you could assume that they're referring to some other page or something like that. They aren't. There is no other page that sets this specific information out. So what I'm going to be doing is making a guideline for each of the individual structures that need to be built and set a minimum of a requirement. Now, in addition to this, there were 3 tiers of doing the challenge. There's fast track, normal, and hardcore. And everything above the gold stage was just considered you were doing the hardcore challenge. As a matter of fact, even as early as the iron stage, you were considered doing the hardcore challenge. In fact, let's see here. Normal advancement rules. Okay, yeah. So iron stage does have normal advancement. Fortifications, outliers, and then hardcore advancement. Okay, so the original iron stage did have normal and hardcore. It doesn't even have the fast track option. So what I'm going to try to do is figure out a reasonable progression. And I want the growth not necessarily to be determined by how many were on the previous stage. I want it to be sequential. I don't want it to be something like 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. That sort of thing just blows up way too fast. So I'm going to have to find a nice balance for everything to advance, but for the main page, I don't want to type out all of the minutia. I want the minutia to be a link to a side page so that a player can go, all right, I need to build a ranch. What's a ranch? Okay, a ranch is just a normal this kind of dwelling, but it also needs to have this in the background to make it a ranch. Okay. So I'm going to have to, I'm saying this more out loud so that my ears can hear it and try to start formulating how I'm going to divvy things up over here. I will actually do this and say that way I can just have a place to list what all the decorations and luxuries are. I can list a few of them right now. We've got build, item, frame. We have carpet, painting, build, flower pot. What else? What's a good luxury? Well, as I find them, I'll put them here. So now I know, based on how I was talking that out in my head, that when I add a new dwelling, I'm just going to make a new sub-page here. Under the dwellings. That way, I'm not cramping the main page with that information. So that's good. I have used this information. Oop. If you have the patience to punch cows to death, no. That should just simply say that your first five pieces of leather must be made into helmet. I'm going to go dash, 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 dash. In fact, depth. Oops. Really? So that's how that works. Okay, cut and paste. There we go. That's that done. Back to here. Okay. You may not go underground unless you're wearing a helmet. That doesn't apply to your own domicile. If you find a bucket, you may use it at any time you like. NPC villages don't count towards your building count. There is no rule against hiding out in their buildings during the night, though. Okay. Now, I believe I did determine that largely, if something was required in the normal or fast track stage, it was also included in the hardcore. Ah, that's a section. Sorry for yelling. Required sections. Religion. Boop. Bold. Bold. There we go. Temp. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about normal versus hardcore. If you're doing this challenge, you're doing the challenge. It's going to average out to being hardcore by the time you get to stone stage anyway. So I can get rid of this, I think. Let me just make sure. Carrots, potatoes, wheat, melons. Melons, there we go, yep. So let's just clear out all this junk. Shrinking the file down, that's nice. During this, I will say if you wish. Of the challenge and in-game journal your exploits, advancements, and successes in a written book. And one book per stage. Where am I? I am here. Bubbles. Bubble noises. Okay. All of this goes under dwellings, new subpage, 01, dirt, player, house. interesting going on my clicker games. Doesn't look to be. Now, if it feels like I am just getting started, know that I have been typing and organizing and planning a whole bunch of stuff in the background in a whole other set of files based on the stuff that's in here. And then, like, just a day and a half or so ago, I discovered this Zim software over here. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized this is the solution to my big problem of how I'm going to divvy all this stuff up. So, yes, I'm starting back at the dirt stage. You can consider it that. But it is on a much stabler foundation than just freshly encountering this. And also I've done this challenge a number of times, so I generally know what I'm looking at and looking for. Let's see here. Dirt hovel. Add this to required sections, like that. New total. Main. New total. Kingdom. Come back here. There we go. Residential. Player. Estate. And then it's subpage 01 dirt hovel. 3 holes. Oh, bubbles, 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 bubbles. And again, I'm sorry if this is boring, but this is a glimpse at what I'm doing when I'm not streaming. All of the time that I'm awake. Including all these clicker games just running in the background. This is how I stay focused. It's a nightmare. Let's see here. I go like this. Copy. Paste. In fact, this actually gets deleted now. Residential section is done. Now I will cut this out and come up to religion, paste. Now this is not the religion that gets created in the newer version, but I'm including this information to be complete. So commercial. Well, thanks for popping in, Cuddles. I hope your injury is okay. And I hope to see you tomorrow. Let's see here. I will save this. It is suggested that to reduce lag, instead of using chests and double chests, to use the equivalent amount of barrels. I suppose that should be a capital C. Check out Mr. Mine here. Oh, I've managed to get a lot of stuff, actually. There, you get that. I see. You get that. Then this one. You get those. You come Down, get that. That. Come all the way down there, you come all the way down there. Okay. And then the new cave. Send a drone down there. Send a magnet drone down there. Send you here. Send you here. There we go. I have a lot of fuel left on this. I could be doing something. Yeah, I'll send someone up there. And I'll just try to get a drone to pick this up. I guess I could go to there. There we go. That uses all of my fuel. Back to work. Now, did I make it so that if I full screen this, I did! I set it up right. Sweet deal. I'm not gonna leave it like that, but it is good to see that I set it up right. That means that I can also use this space for other future tasks. Largely what I would like to do for an idle extravaganza is just have 9 windows. So this space down here where all of this and this are located, all that space is going to be filled with 4 more idle / clicker games, like Grim Clicker, Clicker Heroes, Adventure Capitalist, Wild West Saga, something like that. But this is a step toward that, and I wanted to get it sort of going. And yes, I absolutely recognize this is so boring compared to me doing stuff in Skyrim or me doing stuff in Minecraft, but like I said, this needs to get done. Alright. Cut this section out for granary, come back here to dirt hovel. Come down to granary. Have no dimension requirements, only food, no rotten food, By category: animal, products, raw meat, I see how they are doing this. By category. Go colon. Edible plants. Mixed foods. There are no berry salads. That's a mod thing. Okay. So that's the commercial taken care of. Files getting shorter and shorter. Transportation. Come back up here. Connect any buildings you might have in addition to your hut. Any farming plantation fields together with a path that is one distinctive block every 2 blocks. That is at least one distinctive block every 2 blocks. Maybe any kind of block you can legitimately acquire in the stage. Melon, pumpkin, wool, gravel, etc. Okay, cool. Alright. Come back down here. We have taken care of that. We have crops that require tillsoil may only be planted on testificate villages. That tells you how old this is. They call it testificate villages because villagers used to be called testificates. That was also the back in the days when you could hit F3 and you could see where all hostile mobs were in all caves because they had a number tag above their head. It was a different game back then. Anyway, let's just take out the word testificate here. There's a space there. That's what's going on. Oh, bubbles. Close am I to getting some sort of quest accomplished? I have 6,400 out of 10,000 of those kills. That's a different zone. That's a different zone. That's a special zone. Different zone, different zone. Different zone. I mean, I could try to go after some hornets, but not right now. Probably not going to get that. Probably not going to get materials. Complete 6 bonus stages. Might do that later. All right. And then it has arboriculture. Oh, special stage. I'll do that. Well, it's a good thing that ×2 doesn't apply to the mimics. Oh, and there's a mimic. We'll do some of these special things while I'm on the screen. Now, there are some vastly different criteria between the old version of the challenge and the new one, especially when it comes to what animals you need to keep and how many, and when you need to get them. Like, for instance, for the original challenge, you needed to have 3 wolves, 2 dogs, and 3 horses. And sometimes you'd have to dip into the rule of cool and say, well, getting a horse on this itty-bitty island is not going to work for me, so we're skipping the horses for right now, or whatever. And those sorts of rules still would apply the rule of cool to whatever incarnation of the challenge you're doing is going to end up being, but largely they do want you to try to get at least some reasonable progress towards getting these amounts of pets and livestock and crops and whatnot. Which, during the first stage, during the dirt stage, since you're not allowed to have your own farmland, you need to actually go exploring and find villages in order to do your farming. And that turns into a, well, very frequently that turns into an outlier so that you can build around the village and sort of protect it and whatnot. But also during the challenge, the rules stipulate that you're not allowed to use the existing villager houses towards your building count. If you're going to have buildings, you have to build them yourself. which I think is absolutely fair. A mimic. I throw a pebble at the oncoming horde. Or I throw a handful of pebbles at the oncoming horde. I cast Polymorph Other. Turn all of the pebbles into mimics. That right there is how to make people's fear and or respect of your character style for when you're playing like a D&D game adjust. I hate these spirit boosts. I don't want to be going fast in places where it's inconvenient. There, I'll take that one. Interestingly enough, this is the only game that I have that stutters on this computer regularly. I mean, even more so than fully bogged down Skyrim or Minecraft when it's saving. Like this Idol Slayer, there's something going on. No! Ah! And that's why I hate the stupid boost thing. They send you into the holes. Well, that's just great. I got an achievement. Complete a total of 100 bonus stages. New character unlocked. Agnes. Neat. That means I thought there was an achievement for having used 5 different ascendants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I've used 7. Let's see here. Confirm. Oh. Confirm. 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 Oh, well. Confirm. Confirm. And confirm. Yeah, used all of these. Okay, I guess it was something else then. Alright, so I still need to get 175, so one more run of bonus stage for that. And I'll get 2 more achievements. Or quests, I mean. Yeah. Neat, neat. Okay. Then over here on Cell to Singularity, have an upgrade. And that thing. And all right, back to this. Farming, plantations, arboriculture. Kennels and stables. Copy, come to dirt hovel. Put that in there like that. Now, a lot of these requirements assume that you have access to an entire world. If for instance, you're specifically playing on, say, oh, I don't know, a absolute complete ocean world or something, you're not likely to have access to cacti or maybe even reeds. Or all the tree types. So part of the reason why I am putting this together is to reduce down to the bare essentials of what the challenge wants. And then try to expand in the realm of the numbers and instead set the requirements to a gradual pace. Yes, at a certain stage it would be expected that you'd have found at least a minimum of this many of this item and this many of this item. Sure. But what I'm trying to do is figure out, just at a glance, what are they asking you to build? How many of them? And how many and of what are they asking you to have in storage in order to move on? And that's it. That's all I want to know about in the busy work pages, the front end. Oh, horde incoming. That's what I get for clicking on the clicker game, is things happen. There we go. Okay. Oh, honestly, I didn't even need to keep that on here. Cut this. Come back here. Fortifications. These 4 spiders. Okay. That's that. Outliers. A noob tower or a map marker. Using a map mod. There we go. Okay. Required sections. Aha! That's another section that needs to be added. Okay, stored items. That fold. Copy. Come back up here. Paste. Oops. Temp. By having all this subdivided into these little sections, it's really going to make my life so much easier. Okay. So that's the original dirt stage dealt with. Now the new dirt stage has a whole different kind of setup. So how am I going to... Oh, I can keep track on a separate thing here. Let's go new page. Oh no, not new page there. Let's go cancel. New page here. Let's go populations. Dirt. See, it looks like it says from the... Ah! Here is how I will do it. I will divide it into the original and new. And then I will just go like this. I'll go dirt, wood, stone, iron, gold, redstone, lapis, glowstone, emerald, diamond, nether star. Okay. Wood, stone, bubbling noises. Iron, gold, redstone, lapis, glowstone, emerald, diamond, nether star. Ah, I should also say outlier copy that, paste, 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 and paste. There we go. Now I have a single place to just keep track of what sorts of populations it's asking for on each stage for each part of the challenge in each version, so that I can have a more solidified number to run on and just at a glance be able to figure out how to make appropriate growth. Okay. And I don't need a link to this page. This is just its own little thing. Awesome. Nothing comes here. Great. now I need to copy all of this. Copy, come down to temp, and go paste. Yeah, this new section doesn't have any indication of fast track, normal, or hardcore at all. In fact, it seems to ignore that entirely. Well, that serves me right for clicking over here. Honestly, I'm just going to skip all that. Buy these upgrades. This one. And that one. Just a Roblox dev. Yeah, I am doing busy work. My screen is a mess because I need to be productive. I am making a... You are not watching shorts. No, you are not. Yeah, yours says none watching. Mine says one watching. And Cuddles is probably actually... Oh no, she's actually got off the computer. No, she's probably watching on tablet. But, yeah, I am... planning the layout for the series that I'll be starting in the beginning of the year, and I have just been introduced to this new software over here called Zim, which allows me to make a wiki format file system so that I can compose all this nonsense that I have for the Refugee to Regent challenge into one navigable wiki. And I'm updating it to the modern Minecraft stats and everything else. It's, yeah, now mine says 3 viewers. That's funny. I get to see what you see, Johnny. But basically, I have a lot of work that I need to get done before January 1st. And this is just about the only way for me to reasonably do it, is by forcing it to happen on stream so that I have the accountability of other eyes watching me. And also, I get to talk about what I'm working on so that it has some sort of sense and continuity. Alright, I don't... need... See, it says refuge, shanty, or shack. Shanty, shack. It does not. Let's see here. Right here it says what a shack is. Right here it says what a shanty is. But nowhere does it say what it... Wait. Right here's where it says what a refuge is. Okay. All right. That's a good point. I think that's actually covered, over here on concepts and preparation. Yeah. Okay. So... right here, I can cut this part out and go new sub 01 dirt what did I call it? Or what did they call it, I should say? Refuge. New subpage. 01 dirt refuge. And then fill this in. Then I come down here and I go boop. 1 dirt shanty. I come here. And I go shack. All right. They tried to implement a scoring system. 2,500 total points include 1 additional room to taste. Nowhere is it tracked. Nothing has any sort of points associated with it. It is just trivial information. So I can get rid of this. Let's see here. Cut that out. Subpage 01 dirt shack, and I will call this expert. And I will rename this oh, there's rename to be advanced and I will rename this to be basic. There we go. That's funny. I'm not watching YouTube Shorts, am I? No. This is definitely not YouTube Shorts. This is the long and boring part of YouTube. This is the part like where people are doing coding. Like there are actually a number of YouTubers who just sit and stream them writing code. They have music in the background, they talk to their audience, but they're just writing code for whatever game or whatever they're working on. And I was actually thinking about having something like this set up going in the future and use this for maybe on the weekends, have a day where I'm doing this, but I'm writing one of my novels. That way, I'm being productive while still hanging out with you guys. Because as great as it is to be able to stream doing the busy work over on the Discord, sometimes my brain goes, well, I know no one's watching, so I can slack off. That's the problem about working for yourself is when you call in sick, your boss knows you're lying. All right. Banner, that's under that section. I already looked at that. Build a shelter. If you want to refer back to these building requirements in the future, they may be found in the residential page. Hey! Residential page. So refuge, shanty. No. A refuge would be basic. A shanty would be advanced. And a shack. Oh, this also says basic. That's terrible. I don't understand that. Their distinctions for the different things changes from stage to stage, and I don't like it. Ah, here we go. Advanced. Settlement. This is the wood settlement. So you don't get advanced until you're in the wood stage. I see. Well, I will... I love this. Blank. That's great. Let's see here. Let me think about something. And also see if the cats actually need anything. Alright, I am back. Cats seem to be okay, they're just chilling. Alright, so I can get rid of that. Okay, cool. So, delete this. Get rid of that. Come up to dirt stage. Will be expanded. So leave a lot of room. There we go. Yeah, this is one of the things that I find funny about the original challenge. It says, you need a player estate and 3 hovels. Okay. Fine. I understand. And then it says, for just those couple of things, these 4 residents of your new little dirt stage settlement, you need to have 3 horses, 2 dogs, bred from 3 wolves. So 5 dogs total, and 3 horses. It feels like a bit much. Actually, come to think of it, this doesn't mention anything about getting any other kinds of animals. Let me look at something over here. File format. Bleh. Agriculture. Kennel stables. No, it doesn't say anything about getting any animals in there. Interesting. Okay. Let's come back over here. What have we got? This. $12 trillion. 12.5 trillion is a good investment, I think. Oh, bubbles. Oddly enough, if you don't understand necessarily how ADHD works, contrary to popular belief, it is not an attention disorder. It is an executive disorder, which means you have no problem focusing on anything. In fact, you can so hyperly focus on things that you forget to eat and sleep sometimes for days when you have ADHD. What it is an executive disorder. Your brain, a human brain, stays active and on task because it gets little rewards of dopamine for doing tasks. And the ADHD brain does a stupid trick. It has 2 things going against it. 1, it doesn't produce enough of the rewards. And 2, it has dopamine uptake agents that it releases to go, oh, there's dopamine in the system. Before it can attach to any of your receptors, let's just catch those and lock them away again. So, in order to even behave like a normal brain, an ADHD brain needs to have reuptake inhibitors and higher production of the dopamine. That way, we can do normal everyday tasks. And I'm talking things as simple as remembering to change your socks, or getting the mail from the mailbox. And even people who have ADHD think, I guess I must be lazy. You're not. We're not lazy. In fact, we're quite the opposite. We excessively do too many things. But the problem is, it's the wrong things. The executive part of our brain decides for us what we are going to focus on. We don't have a choice. We can be staring at something that we know needs to get done, and unless some magic happens, we cannot do that thing. We have to do this other task that our brain says, now I know I can get a little bit of a dopamine kick if I do this, because I can get this done and I enjoy it, and so I'm going to dump all the dopamine, but only if you focus on this task over here. Which is why people who have ADHD have to have 1,000,001 little things going on. All these, well, you can't see where my mouse is. All these little games, I'm thinking about not only all these, but other stuff all the time. You have no idea how much stuff I've got open on my computer at any given time, just to be able to have enough dopamine to focus as best I can on doing the task that I want to get done. And what it is it's a trick. I'm tricking my brain. I'm giving my brain these little dopamine kicks over here to make it think it's getting the dopamine from doing my work. And you can slightly rewire your brain to fall for that. But it's only temporary, and it can fade away in one day. So it has to be enforced every single time you do something. You have to have a little fidgety thing. Otherwise, you cannot stay on task, because your brain says, this is less important than this other thing, which I know I can get my lifeblood from. And it causes people to be late for work. It causes people to work on the wrong tasks at work. It causes people to not remember to take their medicine. It causes people to get in car accidents because they're looking at the wrong thing while driving. One of the big indicators that a lot of psychologists look for is they ask, if they're trying to identify if if someone has ADHD, they try to identify if they've been in a lot of car accidents, especially minor things. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I backed into my mailbox like 30 times last year. You know, that sort of thing. Not me. I don't do that. But, actually, I did do that once, but that's because my brakes completely 100% failed, and I had to do donuts in the yard until I lost enough movement to come to a stop. It was the most scary thing ever, but that's beside the point. So all these little bitty things going on, these are literally necessary for me to even do anything at all. And I hate it. I hate that I have to have all this stuff because whenever I hear these bubbles, I get that dopamine kick. But then in order for it to stay as an active agent, I have to actually divert my focus to click on the bubbly thing. Otherwise, my brain doesn't fall for the trick anymore. So every time I hear the bubble, I have to make sure it gets clicked. It's so stupid how our brains are wired. But with ADHD comes hyperfocus. And if you have ADHD and autism, like I'm blessed with, then you can take both kinds of hyperfocus and write a book in a week or do some other fantastical task. But once you're done with that task, you are burnt out for months. You have to run on autopilot. My life is a nightmare. And so I use these little things to stay on task. That's what this is. Anyway, oh, and by the way, today's stream, the purpose of it is for me to get it set up in just this, at least just this dirt hovel stage. So I know all the different subsets of things that I need to do so that I can, after I'm done streaming, just nose to the grindstone through the wood, stone, and probably iron stage tonight, and then tomorrow after the stream get through the gold all the way to the glowstone, and then hopefully before the end of the year I'll be done with the Nether Star Imperium, and I will have everything interconnected as best as it can be. But this is basically me figuring out how I'm going to divide all these things up so that I can kind of just coast along. I'm paving the road so that I can drive on it after I'm done with this stream. Basically, that's what's going on. Anyway. Alright, we have... Now let's look at these. We have... Build yourself a shelter. Did that. Commercial. I'm putting residential and immigration in a different spot than they're putting it, because I want it right under the population section. All right. Town center. Storage. I don't believe I have something like this already set up on the dirt stage. Commercial. Yeah, it's granary. I'm going to take this. Come up here under commercial area. Do that. See, there's that dopamine. And the reward lets me be able to go, ah, yes, I have paid attention to this thing. I am still moving forward with this game. I am now free to do something else. Like I was saying, it's so stupid that my brain has to do this stuff. Because I'd like to be able to just hyper focus, but here's the thing: you can't choose what you get to hyper focus on. Your brain does it for you, and sometimes you don't realize you're doing it until you're finished. I hate it, Precious. Okay, so I've already set this information aside. This is exactly the same information that there was before. Delete. There we go. Okay. Military, crafting, trade, mining, and agriculture. Trade. What would the trade guild be? I guess a merchant guild? Agriculture's needed, mining's needed, crafting's needed, military's needed. What other guilds? Agriculture, mining, merchant, crafter, engineer, magician. And this doesn't have military. So I guess the trade guild would be in preparation for that. So what I could do for this section here is, now this is specifically for this. Let's go with 5 hovels. For future guild leaders. We have, oops. Well, I guess I could do this. Agriculture, mining, trade, crafting, military. See, I'm changing that from 3 to 5. So that says 5. I know that that's going to be 0 for that. Oh, let's get rid of these 3s. The thing I like about this setup here is with Zim, this isn't an individual file. This is accessing a folder elsewhere on the computer. Where am I? Documents. Documents? Yes, documents. And it is saving each and every one of these pages as an individual text file automatically. All this information just goes into a text file. I don't have to worry about remembering to save if I crash or something. It's not all lost or anything like that. This is all just here. There's the bubbles. Okay. Where was I? I was over here. Ah, that's what I need to do. Up here. Oh, workroom is either garden plot, orchard, livestock. toward this. Plants, livestock, or trees. There we go. There's no customization needed for any of those. It's just the agriculture. Okay. That's immigration taken care of. Still a little bit to go. All right. Oh yeah, the guild stuff. Rewrite material kept for posterity for when the rewrite reaches their guilds. Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier today. This is basically in the wiki, they left stuff as here's where I need to work more on the future, and then it says 3.7 rewrite. Nobles question mark, airships question mark, crime question mark, who knows yet? Like, that's literally what it says, who knows yet? So this guild information. Ah, I see. I see what they're doing here. So if I take all of this out, all the way down to the bottom, cut. And I come back here to the dirt hovel and I go residential. I come down here. Merchant, trade, skill, crafter, Okay, I will go with new sub page. Guilds. Our guild notes by stage. Dirt. All right. Come back up here. Small 4x4 farm plot. Okay. Bubbles. That's ready. Don't need this information. Yeah, you can't do any planting in the dirt stage, or you can't make a farm in the dirt stage. That's irrelevant for the dirt stage entirely. Area for 5 trees. Area for any captured animals. Okay. Oops. Mining. Delete. Delete. Destination with Earth, yada 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 yada. That's irrelevant for this stage. Storage for clay, dirt, gravel, sand. And anything else that's relevant. Okay. Merchant trader. Penchant for acquiring whatever is needed from whomever is nearby. Responsible for acquiring, transporting, storing everything in one town. Yada 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 yada. Okay, so that's useless. Stockpiling resources. Now that would be the same function as the town center. I feel like all of this is actually necessary. Okay. Do that. No. That doesn't feel like it would get stored there. This feels like it would get stored here. Chests. Those feel like they get stored there. There's no berry medley. Actually pretty happy with my progress on this, and it's looking like I should be getting done with the dirt hobble stage and therefore the template for everything by right around midnight. This is great news. It's boring as all heck, and I apologize. But I must do it. that. It doesn't make sense that the trader would have all of that. This feels like it should be taken out, and same thing with that, and that should be a 64 here and a 64 there. These crafted items feel like they go there. I will keep the item frames. This out. That there. Are item frames down here? They are not. See, this is stuff. Oops. Here, I'll do this. Frames can go down there. Planks. Do I have planks down here? No. Storage for found items and things not crafted. See, that makes a lot more sense. And then all of this go right there. Bubbles? Exciting bubbles. Getting close to needing to time warp on this one. Gemstone rush. Oh well. Okay. Wait, I just saw that. Uh, you say like vanilla infused Play-Doh sludge. Um, I have to ask, when did you eat vanilla infused Play-Doh sludge such that you have a point of reference? Not judging. Totally judging. But just curious. Judging. Also, eating something that's sugar-free when you think it's not sugar-free is the worst. If you know going into it that it's sugar-free, fine, whatever. That's your choice. But if you don't know going into it that it's sugar-free, terrible nightmare. All right. This is where the mob drops get collected. Full sets of leather armor above and beyond what is worn by the others. Okay. All right. I think that part's taken care of. Set up a farm. See, this bothers me. It says set up a farm, but you can't. You don't get to use a hoe. I mean, if you're very, very lucky, you can find a hoe, and if you can, then yes, you can use it. Likewise with a bucket for transporting water and whatnot, but how do you set up a farm plot other than using the villagers? There will be a requirement. I think that this is largely covered. Five trees. Yeah, that's already dealt with up there. This is just notes to the writer, okay. Ooh, bubbles. Renewed administration center in the form of town center. Name inspired by Age of Empires, yada yada yada. Okay, cool. So we have the Shrine to Tarim. I will go up here. I will go new sub page. Shrines. And then new sub page here will be one Tarim. And then boop. Come up here, and under religion, build shrine to Tarim. Had shrines to... Oh, had shrines. There we go. Now... this is taken care of already. Sugar cane. Let's look. Bamboo. That needs to be included. Ah, plant 15. Should I put glowberries under food? I mean, technically they are food. Berry bushes and the glowberries don't require farming to... They don't farm land to farm. So... 15 cane. Up 2. See, I like this setup much better. It gives the elder the job so that we know who the population is. It's a lot better. Don't need that, don't need that. No, unnecessary, useless, useless. Done with the wood settlement stage for both. Alright, let's look at it. It starts off with the stage rules and limits. Then it moves on to the population. Gain 5. Gained outlier 0. New total 5. 5. Whole kingdom. 5 people. In the entire kingdom, not counting the player. Player doesn't count in the population statistics. Okay. Residential. Player estate will be expanded. 5 hovels. For the future guild leaders, agriculture, mining, trade, crafting, and military. Agriculture section. Get this stuff. Education guild section. Nothing added. Commercial section. Build a granary and start work on a town center. Fortifications. Defend yourself. Kill skeletons, zombies, etc. by hand. Transportation. Any buildings that there are need to be connected by some sort of pathway. Nobles and leaders. These are the 5 future guild leaders and will need their homes to be expanded later. Crime. There's no crime. Religion. Shrine to Tarim and or maybe Notch and Zeb. Outliers. Find a spot for a future outlier. Do not start building it. And stored items. Let's see here. Do I want to keep these? Yeah, I do. Okay. I feel like that's all the sections that I need for the different stages. So I can just outright copy paste this to every one of these tabs and then go through the individual files and pull the information that I need and fill in the spots. That way everything is in the exact same format across all stages. I think this will work. Yeah, I think this is good. I have actually been dreading trying to divide all this stuff up and figure out how I was going to connect one thing to another and do the copy pastes and the references and all this kind of stuff. But now with this, I have a good working solution. Now, when it comes to these places that mention player estate and hovels and stuff like that, I think I'm going to wait until I have figured out how they have noted all of the dwelling types And then I will I will make the links to the individual pages then. So for right now, technically, this doesn't have anything linked to it, nor does this, or that, or that, or that, or that. They are just places for me to keep this information separate. And then I can go back in and merge everything in a way that makes sense afterward. But I think I've got it pretty much hammered out. To the point where, in fact, let's go ahead and just copy this to all the stages. Oops. Bubbles. So one of the other curses of forcing yourself, like absolutely having to force yourself to work on something that you'd really rather not be working on, like the executive part of your brain is saying, no, there's this that we could be working on. This is easier, this is more understandable, this is more in our way. By forcing myself to work on this specific project, I will tell you that in just this last, how long has this stream been going? 4.5 hours? In just this last 4.5 hours, I feel positively mentally drained. Like, I need food and a nap and some ibuprofen. And this has just been a 4.5 hour session of me excitedly and happily and merrily discovering that this software does exactly what I want it to do, and that I have a solution to a problem that I've been mulling over for months. Well, years, honestly. And despite the fact that I have all this new development and everything, my brain feels just ready to go to sleep. I hate this. I've gotten this thing done and my brain is not receiving any dopamine. It's not getting that whole, hooray, here's your reward. You did a thing. No, what I want right now, more than anything in the world, is a nap. And I hate that. But I did it. I forced myself all the way through to the end of the dirt stage. I've divvied up everything into these little categories. I may need to add another category later. I'm not sure. I may have missed some aspect. If I do, that's fine. But I really do think that this is the best way I could possibly have done this. There's still a lot of words. There's still a lot of scrolling to look at. I mean, yeah, I could take all of this stuff and put commas between it and put it in one line. But it's still going to be the same amount of things that you have to look at. So by doing it like this, it feels much less messy. And I really honestly do feel like this is the stablest foundation that I could possibly have built for the rest of this challenge. But like I said, it's been 4.5 hours. It's after midnight. My brain is exhausted. And this is an out of the ordinary stream for me. And so I have no problem with ceasing trying to push myself to go any further. After I'm done with this stream, I probably am going to take a small nap, eat some food, and then I'm going to get straight to work on setting up the wood settlement stage in this format. And I'm going to see how far I can get. But as far as focusing on the stream and trying to keep this going, I feel like the accountability aspect is no longer needed because I've gotten the foundation built. Now all I have to do is basically cut and paste stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up the stream. Thank you guys very, very, very much for putting up with this weird episode and letting me use you guys as a way to ensure that my work gets done. Like I said, without the extra eyes, I don't think I would have been able to sit all the way through this. I would have given up and taken a nap or something. And this needs to get done. Yes, I could have streamed Skyrim or Minecraft or something else. But if I had done that, then I would not have gotten this. And it would have been one whole other day before I knew what I would be able to do with this program. So I just made it an executive decision. This needed to get done. So absolutely thank you for putting up with it. I know it's a weird stream today. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, leave them down in the comment section. If you did, for whatever reason, like this stream, please leave a like. I appreciate it. And if you haven't already, do please subscribe so you can see when I put future stuff out and do future streams. This is a one-off thing. Don't worry, my channel isn't going to turn into me doing writing and stuff all the time. I might do it once on weekends here and there. This is usually something that I do the activities like this on my Discord. Which, by the way, if you want to join my Discord, I have a link down in the description, and all you have to do is pick a role. And lastly, if you would like to help my channel and help support it in ways more substantial than just liking and subscribing and sharing my channel and all that, then I also have links to both my Streamlabs and my Patreon, where you can support me either just once in a Streamlabs tip or in a more ongoing fashion over on Patreon. And I'm trying to figure out special kinds of perks that I can do for people who are patrons that I don't already have set up, and try to get all of that hammered out, because relatively soon I'm going to be also able to do memberships on YouTube and also supers. So I need to get that hammered out. Another thing for my plate. But for tonight, I think I made a lot of progress. I'm happy with it. I'm glad to see it at this point. I was afraid I wouldn't even be able to get close to this far. So the fact that I could do this in just 4.5 hours, I am thrilled. Exhausted, but thrilled. So anyway, I'm going to go and let you go. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for spending your time with me. This has been Thorn of Night, trying to hammer out some details for a series that I'm starting next year, at the beginning of the year. This has been an ADHD idle clicker extravaganza, albeit a mild version of one. And I will talk to you later.